Hello there. Uh, Good evening. Um, I'm putting the month of May on hold temporarily. Um, Recently, one Lily Berry. No intro. Get out of here. I don't want to see the intro. The intro spoils the damn game. spoils the original story. One Lily Berry salmon has started playing Etrian Odyssey for the first time, and I've been watching. And since then, I have not been able to stop thinking about this fucking game. And I want to play real bad. And fairly recently, I did 4, and then I did 5, and then I did 1 HD, and then 2 HD, and then 3 HD. So why not go to the DS remakes, you know? I haven't done this one. I've actually never played Untold 2, period. What is that? Hang on, what is that black box? What is making that? I just noticed that's there. Oh, that's Bishock. Get out of here. The last time I played this, I did a classic playthrough, but as much as I love these games, this one's got some pretty stupid stuff about it. They added in a story mode where there are fixed characters with names and personalities that do things. And there's a lot of stuff that story mode gets access to that a classic mode playthrough does not. It is actually completely impossible to 100% the game if you play on classic, which I think is fucked. There are some mild workarounds to that. I'm using a hack that lets you get some story exclusive classes in classic and lets you access the story exclusive areas in classic. And because of the way the new game plus feature works, there is one mini boss fight that story fights early on that classic can never touch, even with the mod. But because of the way New Game Plus works, I can start a story playthrough, do a little bit of it, just up to where you fight that boss, and then start a New Game Plus and carry over my compendium and monster codex. And then I can have that registered in Classic, so that's pretty cool. Here you get to pick over what you carry on. We're going to turn off literally everything. Every single thing except reference. We're going to not carry over any of the map. We're not going to take over the people or the grimoires or the money or the items. We just want the reference book. What's this game like compared to the numbered entries? This is like a full remake of one, where like HD is like a port. Just with like, you know, some modernization, quality of life. This is a full remake. There's more classes. The classes play differently. The monsters do new things. A lot of the floors are redone, like map-wise. It's very, very different compared to the original, I think. Very, very, very different. For all new features enhanced, you recommend playing story mode first? No. I really don't like story mode. I like having my own party with my own guys, and story mode, like, walks over and spoils the original story to tell its own thing. And that annoys the fuck out of me. This game is also hard as fuck. I would say maybe, I don't know if Untold is harder. Untold 2 is harder. But out of all the ones I've played, this one is the most difficult. Look at that. What my party is going to be. I'm curious too. I have no idea yet. Let's say hi to everyone though. Hello, Nathan Bao. And hello, Blob Marley MFA. And hello, Ray Yasumura. Thank you so much for the 4-3 sub. Yeah, the cartography tag gets to do its thing. Hello, Pumpkin Reaper. Hello, Rukawa. Hello, Dull Joint Charm Point. Hello, Fiora. Fiora Fairy, that's good. Hello, Washalobat. Hello, Stark. And hello, Baxter Crook. I do quite like Hexer in this game. I'll have to think about who I bring. The Yggdrasil Labyrinth. I might turn off voices if it'll let me. Because all the NPCs talk at you in this one. Sometimes. Yep, we're gonna make a guild. Okay. Yep. Okay, let's see. What did I run last time? Last time I started Landy. I started Landy, Medic, Alchemist, Troubadour, Hexer. Troubadour. I don't know if I like Troubadour. I ended up like dropping the Troubadour and Lion's Neck later on. Everything was very hard without a protector. And I don't know, I feel like Landy just didn't really contribute much. Maybe the chasers are okay in this one. I could try Landy again, but different. I feel like maybe Survivalist is kind of undercooked in this one too. I don't know. But I feel like I should definitely bring a protector in. Probably protector and medic for sure. It's really hard to heal damage in this one without a dedicated healer like a medic. Later on, there's ways to do it, like Survivalist has an ability to double the efficiency of items used in a battle. But until like super late, it's hard to get a big stockpile of area of effect healing items. But I think I would like to try to play some classes I've never really used before. God, I think Dark Hunter is like super good too. I love Hexer also. God, this is hard to think about. Highlander? I've been thinking about it. I really like having a party that can do disables. What's a hex crawl? I've never heard that term before. I always have so much trouble with this. All the time. I've never ever played a Ronin. I've never played Ronin. No, I did Gunner in 2. Like 2 original. How much would I suffer without a medic? A lot, probably. I would be retreating to town all the time. Because no one else is really good at healing unless you, like, have a survivalist and then get, like, a lot of healing units. So I will definitely take a medic. That's an easy pick. Extras, and you have a map made up of various hexes. Start the party in 1 hex. Each day of travel, they can travel to hex or 2 and encounter whatever happens to be in that hex. More of a video game style of exploration, adventure style play. That's interesting. Straight up a regular doctor, that's true. This is Dot. There's a dash. We can do a dash. Let's see. Okay, so we got our medic. Will I suffer horribly without a protector? Yes. Probably. The super boss will be borderline impossible without a protector, especially. So we will take protector. This one. I wish this was like 5 where you could recolor the portraits, like aspects of the portraits. Tweed, yes, everyone has tweed. Everyone's tweeting it up. Okay. So we have our defensive core here. I really do like Hexer a lot. I feel like I can't not have a Hexer. There's other places to get elemental damage that's not an alchemist. I don't need an alchemist. Like, Gunner has elemental attacks, and Ronin has elemental attacks. The thing about Ronin I don't like as much is that using most of their abilities, you have to like set up with a stance skill first. So they can be pretty damn slow for normal fights. You know what I mean? Like if say you want to use, I think it's like Flame Grader, you gotta use upper stance first. And if you want to use Lightning Stab, you gotta use clear stance first. And if you want to use your Frigid stance, you gotta do drawing stance first. So you gotta spend a turn setting up with a buff. And then, because these stances count as buffs, they do take up buff slots. So if you have other sources of buffs, your stances compete with it. But since I'm not using a Troubadour, I don't think that's an issue. So I could take a Ronin. I feel like a lot of survivalist skills are not nearly as good in this one as they were in others. I just want to look at these if they were like an actual tree and not just a blob of beans. Like multi-shot only hits twice, down from 3 times, compared to 1. And like they have some like utility stuff where like you can give an ally a buff to like increase their turn speed, or you can gain evasion and then draw aggro, but the aggro draw is not that high, and neither is the evasion boost, so you can press it and then just like not dodge a single thing and then die, and that kind of sucks. You know what I mean? And a lot of their skills are just like random chance of success, or they just fail, and I don't think I like that either. So let's say no to Survivalist. Let's not do Survivalist. I really like Dark Hunter. I did do that last time, but I only switched to Dark Hunter at endgame. Like, Viper does, like, stupid amounts of poison damage. It does fall off. Damage does fall off later, but early on, it's, like, crazy good. Ecstasy has a pretty high damage modifier, especially on enemies that are bound. And of course the bind skills are always useful. I'm not as big on their sword tree, because like, you get like what, sleep paralysis, panic, And I think you can get Petrify, but... No, maybe the Sword Tree's not so bad. Maybe I'll do Dark Hunter. I don't want to do Alchemist. We'll skip Alchemist. It's like between Dark Hunter, Ronin Hexer, Highlander, and Gunner. Highlanders have a spear, which is cool. Dork Hunter. Yeah. Highlanders' thing is all about, like, using their own or their party's HP to deal damage. Like, they have a thing that's, like, consumes the party's HP to stab the whole enemy party, or consumes their own HP to stab the enemy party kind of thing. But it's a cost of current HP. So if they go last, they can never kill you with it. Which might make them pretty good for maybe not much danger, you know? Use the enemy's life force, I wish. Sorry, I brushed my teeth before starting stream and I'm allergic to my toothpaste. So it's going to be bothering my throat for a little bit. Unfortunately. Why not get different toothpaste? How do I explain this? This is going to sound pretty stupid, not either way, but okay, hear me out. So what I'm allergic to in the toothpaste is the agent that causes toothpaste to foam. It's called sodium lauryl sulfate. It's in most commercial toothpastes. I didn't know I was allergic to this until after I bought a large quantity of toothpaste on sale. So I have about 10 tubes sitting in a cupboard and I don't want to waste them. So I've just been kind of dealing with it. Although I did order a bunch of Sensodynes that doesn't have this stuff to use when this would be inconvenient, but it's not here yet. Can sell the toothpaste tubes. Who's gonna buy toothpaste? No one will buy toothpaste. At least not off like a random person, you know? God, it's so hard to decide, like... Let's do Gunner. I've never used a Gunner aside from Etrian 2. This one's Vio. She has Vio energy to me. Okay, we got a Protector, we got a Medic, we got a Gunner. Gunner... I wonder what skills I'd want to go into on Gunner. There are head, arm, and leg snipe abilities. And there's single target elemental attacks. There's one called Ricochet that says it hits all enemies. I'm curious as to how that actually works. How does the skill work exactly? Because I know some of these multi-hit abilities, they'll roll random hits, but I know some of them, they will not hit the same target twice. And some of them will. Like, if they roll like 5 hits and there's only one guy, they'll all hit the same guy. I guess I can just experiment with shit, and if I don't like it, I can just rest and spec into something else. Gunner also gets a really busted ability called Action Boost, where you use it and then you can get like a bunch of actions on the next turn. But it's always good to have more moves in a turn-based game. All Highlander party. I could bring a Highlander. I'm thinking about Highlander. Never ever done a Ronin. Never ever used Ronin. How much her stance is gonna piss me off is the problem. Like, am I gonna hate having this character be borderline useless on turn 1 of every fight? I feel like the answer is yes. But maybe they'll perform good enough in longer fights to be worth it. You had a feeling, eh? A Protector, Medic, and Gunner. I don't have anyone who can do disables yet. This Hexer looks like Fox. I feel like I'm between Dark Hunter, Ronin, and Highlander here. I do too. Oh, this isn't gonna fit, is it? Not even close. That works. Okay, Dot's the medic, Zoe's the protector, It's the gunner, Box is the hexer, and Lily's the Highlander. There we go. Oh, it copies over my guild name, so I guess my guild name is still Boat Girls. I was gonna name guild rank control, but I guess we're Boat Girls now. Oh, I keep the mansion, do I? Or is it still empty? Yeah, only 5 party members. I don't keep the mansion. Why doesn't it let me rename my guild? Can I do it here? No. Interesting. I wonder why they don't let you rename the guild. Oh well, not a big deal. I know, you don't need to tell me. Okay, who needs weapons? Spear. And Fio needs a gun. I think they let protectors use spears in this one too. Although I don't think it really matters that much. And let's see. From what I remember about the math in this game, the actual defense stat is quite weak. And for the most part, you just want either resistances or stats or something that drives up HP. So once I get money, I probably want to give everyone a hide belt or... various other things. Leaf Boot's not bad because it's cheap. You get agility off it. I forget exactly how action speed works in this game. I'm pretty sure it's the same as 4. Let me check, let's see. Okay, so various equipments will either give you a bonus or a negative. Axes and staves are very slow. And guns are slow, and katanas and whips are fast. Heavy armor slows you down, the shields slow you down. So I probably don't actually want to put a shield on someone unless they, like, need the shield for skills, i.e. protector. And boots give a lot of action speed, so maybe I just give everyone a damn boot. Alright, I got 20 left. I'll buy a medic. Look at that, I'm broke. Okay, skills. In this one, I guess... I don't know why they did this in this one. This is the only game where this is a thing. If you unlock a skill, it automatically gets a point. So if I put a point in Shield Mastery, I get Front Guard and Rear Guard automatically. I don't know if Provoke is any good in this one. I forget if it can, like... What am I trying to say? I forget if it can, like, cause, Wait, what? Is level 10 of Provoke bugged? From what I'm reading? I know there's a bunch of shit in this game that's bugged. So if Provoke was broken, I wouldn't be too surprised. According to what I'm looking at, the increase of the Provoke, like, the target chance increase modifier for Provoke at level 10 goes down to level 1's value. Or no, wait, I understand. Hang on, no, there's two modifiers to targeting. There's target value and target chance increase. And at level 10, the target value goes up to 2, but target chance drops. Hello, Neo0, welcome in. The other thing about Provoke is that it doesn't do anything if you're targeted by an ability that hits a row or the whole party. Which you don't see many of early on, but you start to see more of them later. You know? You know what I mean? I also think that the prayer is okay, but it's made not okay by the fact that you have to invest a lot of skill points to unlock it. Like, you have to get HP up to level 5, and then Cure has to be level 5, and Party Cure has to be level 3, and then you'll finally get Prayer, then you stick 10 in there. That's kind of crappy, you know? I feel like I probably put a lot of points into Front Guard early on. Especially since the TP cost seems to stay quite low for a long time. And usually, like, it's your front line that gets targeted early on by, like, regular attacks. We'll take 1 Spear Mastery. We'll take 2 Spear Masteries, actually. Each time you lose health, isn't that like... I remember some of this Highlander skills being mistranslated. In the original. Or in this, like, I don't know if the patch I used fixed any of that. Okay, we probably want, I remember some of these being decent. Scavenge. This only costs 3 TP. That's like dirt cheap. That's probably good. And I think for Theo, I just... probably get the elemental attacks as ASAP as possible. Cover Fire is pretty bad because it only targets the rear line, or Shell Shock. Cover Fire also sucks because you never really want to defend. But, I think I mostly just want to go into this tree, because, like, Action Boost is probably busted. I think Ricochet is really good, too. If it works how I think it does, so just go pump it again, Mastery. And for Vox, Hexer takes a bit of time to actually get going, because success rates on these are pretty low until you get a lot of points in. Probably what I'll do is I'll, like, rush getting up Torpor Curse because sleep is quite strong. Now that I've done all that, I should save. And this guy's gonna make me take a mission because he wants me to go draw a map. I have to do the learn how to map the first floor tutorial mission. I need to... Oh yeah, I already muted voices. Understandable. And we'll have auto floor mapping on, but not walls. I like to draw the walls. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Look, I'm in the labyrinth. Now there is a thing here that I have to open from the other side later. Three skill points should be available to you. I've already spent them. I have already used my skill points. Okay, it wants me to like talk to a soldier. To the north here. Wood flies. They're pretty weak, but they are weak to stab and lightning. Here we go. I guess I'll chat with this guy in case it, like, makes me go back to him if I decide to go another direction. No one has ever seen the lowest stratum. Okay. Bye. I already... do I have to talk to him again? What else do I have to ask him about? What are you doing here? Make sure no one for you example gets in the forest without permission. Okay. Yes, yes, I know. There we go. Then he tells me where to draw. Okay. We're good. And here there's gonna be a boot. And if I pick up the boot, sign points to dangerous beast lurking nearby. Oh no. We're gonna pick up the boot. because he's got rocks in his boot. Hello, Rayska. Yeah, I like classic mode more than story by a lot. And we get attacked by moles. Is appropriate for Theo. This is true. I feel like since those two are asleep, I just don't have to really do anything except the Lily attack, because they're going to take bonus damage since they're asleep. Hello, Griffey. Nothing there, okay. Champel, yes. We're doing some tree game. I've decided that today is April 48th. No? You've never finished this one? They're pretty similar, but not like identical. I'd say this game is very different compared to Etrian Odyssey 1. Played some in story mode but fell off. I'll be honest, I hate story mode. It makes me mad. I like to have... That's for later. I like to have my own guys, and I don't like when there's too much yapping, and I don't like that story spoils the original plot twists to have its own narrative, and yummy water. Yeah, when I do Untold 2, I've actually never played Untold 2, but when I do, I'm going to do Classic. Never finished 5. I like 5 a lot too. I think 5 is really, really good. Go back this way. I'll go unlock the shortcut by the chop area. Hmm. Rough spots related to the monetization trends the year it came out, and didn't they sell like a bunch of boss fights as DLC? Something like that. Wait, how'd they lock the post game? I thought it was just some like I thought it was bonus fights that didn't give much or anything. Am I wrong? Am I misremembering? Okay, the sleep curse has been surprisingly effective for it being level 1. Selling the EXP curve as DLC. I'm 90% sure that I'm pretty sure the elemental dragons are always in the base game. Let's have a fruit. Gives what, 15 HP? Yeah, there was like a quest that gave you a bunch of bonus experience. 5 had one too. And I believe Nexus did as well. You can get bolt rounded. You're replaying Nexus now? After Untold 2, I'll play Nexus. It ran away. My experience. You can't do that. That's not nice. That's not fair. Okay, let's open up this bad boy. What am I doing on TP? Lily's almost out. How much does Draining Thrust take? 5. I can do one more battle. Probably just do this actually. Just kidding, those guys kind of hurt actually. Okay. Guard, Draining Thrust. No, they head sealed. That's not nice. Got right here. Moving. Fang Whip, Hide Boot, Gem Ring. Hey. Probably what I'm going to do is save this party here. Hello, Souffle Finnick. Since Survivalist gets all of these, I'm gonna use myself as the money. Actually, wait. Couldn't I just... Couldn't I just make 5 of me? Didn't I just do that? There can be 5 Shiros that Strip Mine Labyrinth, right? Perfect. Now, I believe that the first floor has a chop spot. The second floor doesn't have any spots. The third floor has a take spot, and the fourth has a mine spot. So for now, I'm just going to raise chop. And when I've gotten a little deeper, I'll level them a bit. And I'll start leveling up take and mine. I can go do shit like this. They changed how that works in 4, where ranking up chop just like improves the stuff you get. It doesn't like let you mash the same part over and over again. Now that I think of it. But if I go do that every day with that group, I'll get some I'll get some good money out of it for goodies. Look, we got a new spear. And we got strength +1 gloves. Hide boot gives 10 HP. That's pretty fucking good. Who cares about the Ati +1 on the leaf boot? This gives HP. You can also have I wish I could just like buy like 3 gloves. Unfortunately, humans can only wear 2 gloves. Okay, let's go. Preemptive attack. I need to like get things so that Fox always goes first. I'm not sure if curse skills get an increase to speed based on their level. But I know that at one point you get like a knife. That has a big action speed boost. Okay, this beetle is kind of annoying because it resists slash and stab, which are all my physical damage types, but Theo has elemental attacks. And I can try putting it to sleep. Nope. Again. Oh, now it goes to sleep. Missed all of them? They are hurting a lot. Heal Zoe. Shoot this one. There we go. I can spend skill points on everyone. I think more front guard is a good idea. recovers HP for all allies when the user slays an enemy. I could probably get a decent benefit out of that, but I don't know if I want to raise that just yet. I'll see if I can get towards Spear Assist. I think Head Pierce I'll probably just skip. And at level 5 here I can get Salve. I should probably grab. I think I'm fine with the cost of this going up to 5. It's already like dirt cheap. Ricochet costs a lot of TP. Penetrator I think kinda sucks and is only good for as a prereq to action boost in my IMO. Heal Lily, and then you're gonna Volt Rounds the Mog. I hope no one goes for Vox, because her HP is kinda low. There we go. Level 3. Four is not really that much more than 2. We can level that. Limitless sounds interesting depending on the damage modifier. If you can feed it to like delayed charge. Long thrust is pretty boring. think I can just ignore that one forever. Curious about the difference between Draining Thrust and Legion Thrust damage-wise. The Legion ones don't seem to be all that much better. What did you miss? Nothing much, really. I killed some guys, I drew some maps, I leveled up. That's about it. Like, looking at numbers, the Legion ones are only about 10% better damage-wise than the ones that only take HP from, the Highlander. However, there is an ability where Allied Bonds, where is it? It says HP, apparently it's actually TP. And free TP recovery is kind of nice, you know. Hello, Orphano7, it happens. Can't help getting sick sometimes. I'm curious about how a lot of these skills interact with each other, because it's not obvious on the surface. I'll go into this for now. I think Regenerate kind of blows. Like, it takes up a buff slot. It's also not very clear. Cool phone guy, yeah. Watch, he's gonna see that and suspend me. It's not clear what the targeting on this is. Is it just for me? Does it hit a line? Does it hit the whole party? It doesn't say. I'm like nervous about anything that takes up buff slots. You know. Heal I can ignore, I think. I can maybe even ignore revive. Because that's something that can be done with items pretty easily. Let's see. Let's go. Let's unlock salve. There is. I have one open. Get like one more fight in me. Jerkin. I forget if I used an inn since the last time I sent these guys out. I forget if I did that before or after sleeping. It was after. Now let's get the clone party out. Pointing ivy. 3 hardwoods. 2 more hardwoods. What do you think of my money-making technique? I've cloned myself 4 times. I don't think I want anyone else to have anything that drops their action speed, so I'm not going to give Jerkin to anyone else except Zoe. I want everyone else to have, like, boots and gloves, you know? Except maybe Fox. I think I want Vox to always move as fast as possible. So I'll keep the leaf boot over the hide boot for her. And gloves have action speed mod on them. Staff has an action speed penalty. So do axes. Only katanas and whips have a positive. But this has TP and tech. And tech is good for both healing and infliction rates, so I guess I will get these. Okay, equipment's looking pretty good for a bit. The LP. I'm curious about that. Yeah, go ahead. Let's see. Medic. Oh, salve is super slow in this one. That's unfortunate. Regenerate only hits one person. That's awful. That's so bad. Why would you ever? The only time I can ever see that coming into play is if I put it on the Highland. But good night, Nodlin. Thank you for coming by. I hope you sleep well. So regen sucks. I was doing a little bit of reading. Defend, volt rounds, and I guess I'll try to put this guy to sleep. And miss. Yes. Let's do it again. There we go. Beetle Whisker. Ooh, up. Whiskering May Beetles. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. That doesn't mean anything. Another one. These guys are expensive on TP to kill until, like, Fiora can one-shot them. Well, that works. I guess other people do deal some damage. That fight goes through TP very quickly. Maybe I'll go check the top area. Bone Axe. Ooh, up. Boning the axe. I don't know what that means either. They're weak to fire, so let's there we go. I think there's chests over here that I want. No, don't put walls where there's no walls. Look, chests. Squarish boxes. This fucker again. Let's stab him in the head. That takes 4 to 8 TP. Never mind, let's use this one. That's too much TP cost. Oh, now he goes to sleep. That's a chest, that's a chest, that's a chest. Fire Talisman Nectar Analysis Lenses. I feel like the lenses aren't that useful. I think the only time they'd be good is if you were to use them on a boss you're fighting for the first time and then write down the info for later. If you die, you need to fight him again, kind of deal. You know? Yeah, bosses and FOEs. can just start with this, probably. Maybe not. It's not worth it if I get hit. The reason I'm shying away from that bottom left corner is when you move onto that tile, there's an option to take a rest or not. If you rest, it triggers a Venomfly ambush. And I kind of want to kill them. You know? I want to defeat them successfully. Pretty close to level 4. I'd like to get level 4 before I go back. That draining thrust does so much damage. One more. Maybe Highlander is better than I previously thought it was. I thought they were, like, decent. But Lily here is throwing out huge damage. Already. Vassalard. I kind of feel like attack power on Zoe doesn't really matter. If I could, I would equip no weapon at all and just run an accessory and 3 armor pieces, but they make you equip a weapon. Off to the chop spot. Red fruit. Actually, I'm gonna go here. Mustard. And then we sleep at the inn. And spend these. I might as well just keep raising front guard. I'll probably stop at level 9 and then go do something else. grab a point and salve. I'll probably stop salve at level 4, then I'll make my way to like delayed heal. I wonder if I go for the body part snipes. Or if I just go sicko mode for damage on get like the charged shot, charged fire ice bolt action boost. Now that I've slept, we're gonna go get these guys again. The Shiro squad. The Lumberjacks. Look at all that hardwood. Eventually I'm gonna have to like put in effort to leveling them up. But I can probably leave that until I get access to, like, the latter part of Red Charm, Blaze Oil, Freeze Oil, Shock Oil. I can probably leave that until I get access to, like, the latter part of the latter part of 3F. And I'll, like, oh, tier thing. Your adventure papers. Yeah, because you can lower the encounter rate too, and that'd be good too. I should have like invested into that on like one of these Shiro clones, and then everyone else goes into these 3. Because then I could run to the faraway take chop and mine points without getting encounters. That's something for later. Not the hall. I'm not done yet. We're gonna go find some venom flies. And probably die. Go away. Sure, let's take a rest. What could possibly go wrong? A pack of woodflies swarmed around you. Hey, these are the extremely poisonous breed known as venom flies. These things do fucked up poison damage. Oh yeah, they love having pranks. Let's try to put them to sleep. Let's see if that happens. That works. Poisoned. Miss. Well, I put one to sleep. Well, that went pretty good. The formula for Grimoire Stone generation, it's probably really fucked up. Spoiler alert, I'm going to be using a glitch to handle Grimoire generation. And I'm not gonna do that until like deep late game. Like, yeah, and Untold 2, it's less insane. I heard that. Pretty much what I'm gonna do is pre-late game, I'm not gonna pay special attention to them. Eventually, what will happen is that I will make a number of characters for the explicit purpose of rolling specific skills they have onto grimoires. And I will use a glitch to force grimoire chances. And I'll use that to farm up my ideal grimoire set. Well, that Venomfly fight went pretty okay. Owing to the fact that Lily does insane damage. Clearly on previous playthroughs, I slept on Highlander big time. I haven't even gotten to like play with like delayed charge and cross charge yet. Okay, bud. Look at my map. Isn't it the best map ever? Now I'm going back. And they use spears, which I think is really cool. I love spears. Enamel bow, leaf coat. Highlander can't wear light armor, that's not Tweed? No. I wanted to use light armor on everyone because you go faster. But Protector and Highlander and Landy can't use the leaf coat. I have to put on Jerkin, but I don't want to be Jerkin. Wait. Backpedal on that. I just realized what I just said. We're gonna collectively forget about that sentence. I know how I could level the survivalists. I could feed them quest experience. Like when I turn in missions and quests, I could put on the survivalists and then they'll they'll get the XP. Hello, Jamie J. Jlocks. Hello, Quest Lady. Now I can accept quests since I did the first mission. So we need soft hides from moles and hardwood from the chopping point and some holy water in the corner. And what's this guy want? You would clip that. Okay, what's this kid want? Fertilizer from beast fangs. I did not know that. 3 small fangs, okay. Sure. Wait, I need to get the... No, I did sleep at the inn, right? Yeah, I gotta go... Now I go to the chopping port. Look, I got so much wood, and I can go turn it in and get these little bogans some EXP. Not even a full level from level 1. That's fine. Okay, and now she'll sell me Ariadne threads. Which I can use to warp out. They feel pretty expensive early on, but later the cost is like nothing. Okay, 20 TP, 3 agility. The TP is really, really nice. I need to remind myself, how does defense work in this game again? I remember defense as a stat being like fairly worthless. But I would like to double check just in case. Wow, Picnic literally doubles your damage. That's interesting. Yeah, I know in 3, the defense stat is borderline meaningless. My strategy for 3 with equipment was that I would equip a body armor, and then for other slots, I would... In 2, it's useful. So in 2, they changed up the damage formula a lot. Basically how it works in 2 is that the enemy's attack gets... all attack gets like a huge number of multipliers, and then it's literally divided by defense. I'm simplifying, but that's basically what it comes down to. So if your defense is super low, you take astronomical amounts of damage. The funny thing is there are ways to exploit this. Go check out the speedrun if you're curious. Okay. Yeah, I remember. I think I remember this before. Defense does not do much for reducing damage taken compared to vitality. So for the most part, I think I can just ignore defense as a stat and just focus on other numbers instead. Hide Glove, all these give action speed, which I like. But the Hide Glove also gives strength, which gives me attack power. So maybe I put this over the Leaf Coat. Who needs TP the most? Because I can only get one of these right now. Because I only have one red fruit in stock. I feel like if I spec up their main damaging abilities early, which increase the TP cost a lot, but then I can probably make up for it by giving one of these to like everyone. And just kill things real fast. That might be the way to go. Like this thing almost doubles Ellie's TP. Oh yeah, I have another one. So I can buy a second copy. And we'll put it on... Brave Up and hop back on EO2. 2 was interesting. There was a lot of stuff about it that I think kind of sucked. But they made cool changes in it too. The original 2, I mean. Not like Untold 2. That's a different beast I can't talk about because I never played it. Fuck the Leaf Coat. Fior's in the backline anyway, she doesn't need body armor. She just needs to shoot real good. See if I can get some more of these fruits. Yeah, like I think it's the worst EO, but like it's still an EO, so it's still amazing, you know? That's how I feel about it. Look at all that hardwood. I'm the chopper. 5, I think, is amazing too. I love 5. 5 is like my second favorite one. Okay, I need to go find Buddy his water. And I need soft hides and fangs. These guys have soft hides and fangs. Did it just say that I cupped my hands to retrieve the water? Is that all? You're just gonna carry it? Just carry it back? Just like that? Just... You're not gonna put it in the bottle? You're not gonna... You don't have a jar? No? Oh, they're cute little Oshawott. Good evening. More front guard, and more draining thrust. TP cost 8. I'll probably just keep raising it though. If I put on the charm to lower or have more max TP, so I've got one salve. I guess I'll work toward delayed heal now. Or no, maybe I'll run. I'll max heal mastery first to get access to revive. And then I'll go toward delayed heal. And then maybe I'll like switch between like delayed heal, CPR, cure salve. Yeah. I could get salve up to level 4 actually, without raising the cost, but we'll do mastery first. That like doubles the TP cost. Okay. Holes. There we go. There's no wall there. Good morning, Double Dingle. Dingle Double. Okay. That draining crest. You can Volt Rounds the back mob, and you will do Sleep on the front guys. Oh yeah, this feature is really, really broken. Was this in Untold 2, Floor Jump? I don't know if this was in 2, but in this game, Floor Jump is like... How do I talk about this? It trivializes resource management. Here it says, oh, you can skip past any floor you've completed the map for. It's so much worse than that. Nexus has it too, I didn't know that. So as long as I'm on a floor where the map is completed, I can jump to any yellow highlighted stairs, basically. It's hard not to use, but like it's so friggin' good. I can start on the first floor and then just go to any floor I want to, basically. You can, oh yeah, you can only jump from the world map. Okay, 5 has that too then. You can go to start on any floor you've completed, basically. Just not while you're like in the actual labyrinth. Oh yeah, the rocks and this one are... What did I use to mark the rocks? It's a deer. This is an FOE. They're big enemies that wander around. Generally speaking, they are really, really dangerous. Oh yeah, in the Japanese version, FOE stood for Field On Enemy. Which, you know, makes sense, sounds nice and simple, explains what it is. But, when Atlas localized this, they thought, Field On Enemy, that's way too simple. What if we just vomited out a bunch of vaguely Latin-sounding words instead? So here they're called, Formido Opugnatura exequens. For some reason. I don't know why. I think if I had to use a phrase to describe that phrase, it would be Latin word vomit. It doesn't make sense in English. It makes plenty of sense. It makes more sense than Formido Opug. I've already forgotten it. Opug native Lexicons, whatever. Is it? I'm not sure if it's different in every game. I feel like in the original one they called it the same thing. It's possible they vary on it slightly. Look, that chest had a thread in it. Look, a new enemy. It's a forest hare. Oh yeah, I think EU. Yeah, EU had a different one. Off the top of my head, the rabbits have an ice move, which is quite dangerous. Fortified orangutan embrace. Theoretically, you do get a... You can get embraced by fortified orangutans, that's true. But I think those are regular encounters, not FOEs. You know? Yeah, I think it's fine because it's comprehensible. Like, OFE does not, it really doesn't have the same ring to it. FOE, like, also sounding like faux, abbreviated, that's fine too. I think that's appropriate. Okay. I need a little more power for that to cleanly one-shot them. That's good to know. Best I go back. They don't have a weakness, do they? No, they just resist cold. So probably I would just head snipe it. Okay, that enables 4 jump on these. Oh, it gets a maid. I think that maid is very cute. Okay, I'm gonna first go to the inn. And you take the fangs. And then I'll go to bed. I wonder if I snore in person. I have no idea if I do. But I'm kind of curious about it. Sometime I want to set up like a recording to see if I snore. But then I think if the answer turned out to be yes, I'd be very embarrassed. So I don't do it. Jerkin. That is possible. I know one of my roommates snores, and it's very loud. Oh, nice. 5 medicas. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll start grabbing teak. For when I can get access to 3F. I'm wondering if I should try to like level up Stalker or not. Because I know using 4 jump with these guys will save me a lot of danger in walking, but like how much does Stalker lower the encounter rate by? I can't find it. Do I have eyes? Why can't I find this? Oh, there it is. It was all the way at the bottom. That's why. Okay, it reduces random encounter generation by 70% at max level. So I think I should get it. I'd also like to get awareness on a grimoire later on, because there are some enemy groups, especially in like the later strata, where if you get blindsided by them, you're probably fucking dead. Not quite as dead as like that one Mandrake clip I have of Etrian 2, but it's pretty close. Attacked by a terrifying deer and had to flee. Dr. Baskets uses to collect flowers. Okay. Southwest of B2F on a path used by a powerful deer. Okay. Merchant wants to know where to get materials with chopping. I know lots of places like that. And Shilika wants Amber Lump. This guy, portly merchant. Where is a place on B1F that you can shop? Wants me to point it out on my map. And I'm going to tell him about the farther away one. Because I'm rude and I like the other one. He's going to get killed by a deer. Okay. Ran out of Amber Lump. It's from Take Spots. Hi, Daspis. Do you have to pay for item storage in this one? I can't remember. No, because you get that stupid mansion and then you can start them later there for free. I remember. Well, he has a mission for me. A monster that injured a noble must be dealt with. A noble's son was attacked by a monster on one of the higher floors. And the parents are mad and now we have to kill it. Okay. I'm pretty sure this fight is actually pretty dangerous. Even though it only has one arm. See, look, he's red. He's red for an amazing reason. Looks like he went in here, but he doesn't seem to actually be in here. I wonder what's up with that. Where'd you go, Mr. Mantis? He's right there. And he gets a fucking free hit on you. Bloody one arm. I'll see if I can get an arm snipe on it, or land some disables. I only leveled up sleep, and if I try to sleep, I'm just gonna wake up right away, but... I cannot believe I got that. I'm just gonna press head pierce, maybe it'll land, and then it lands the instant kill. The base chance on the instant kill is 15%. It's not very high. What happened to the fight? I pressed head pierce. And I procced the instant kill on the first attempt. I was not even thinking about the possibility that that might actually land. I was like, oh, maybe I'll get the head bind. Nope, it's fucking dead. Okay. Might as well fight some guys for a little bit before I go home. Snow cover. That ice attack kind of hurts. Okay, that NPC said southwest, so it's probably like in this general area. I did not mean to defend on box. I find them. Maybe. Thank you for clipping that, Orphan. It's kind of hard to deal with formations like this at the moment. Because Lily's multi-hit only hits one line and they're in separate lines. Okay, see if I can get to the shortcut. Over there before I go home. Oh, there is a take point here. It's Etrian 1 Vanilla that has the takes on 4-3. Please let me run. That was not very nice. They double snowed Zoe. And they killed her. Now I have to spend money on reviving. Now I'm here. Did I send these guys out today yet? I forget if I did so. I didn't. Mantis axe. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone who uses axes. That's like Landsnecked only. Landsnecked, Landsnecked, Landsnecked. Why Landsnecked? Commissioner is a nobleman who is active in supporting young explorers. And he's gonna give me a fucking house. Oh, I get to name it. They don't make me use the same name at least. Why is the limit 9 letters? Okay. Good enough. It also gives a ton of EXP. Are those sounds audible, out of curiosity? Was that pop audible? Not the one I did, the other one. Interesting. You know what that is? That's Conclave. It's not supposed to be audible. How do I make it not make noise? I should look into that. It's probably system sounds playing here by accident when I'm not supposed to. I'll have to fix that later. So we've got take level 3. Okay, and now we're going to bring out Strike Control again and go to the inn. I should save before I attempt this. I'm going to see if I can make it to 2F's take point safely. I might get run over by an encounter on the way. We'll get some wood. And then we're going to go here. I'm gonna have to like maneuver around this deer. Leave. Okay. Tiny petal. Crab apple. Crab apple and amber lump. Crab apple and amber lump. Tiny petal. And then I will thread out because I think if I walk back, I will get shot and killed before I hit the stairs. Hide hat. Medica 2. Victor. Provent. So she can only make... As she said, she can only make 1 nectar for every amber lump you sell her. So if I don't keep harvesting them and bringing them to her, she will run out. Okay. I guess I'll get mine to level 3 on everyone, and then I'll just like evenly raise. Take chop mine on the first floor, and Shiro number 5 will max Stalker first, and then go into these. Materials for a bone armor. How do you get bone armor? What must I sell you for bone armor? Monkey bone and beast bone. Okay. Okay, let's go to our house. Look, there's a cute maid. A purple maid. She can give you small quests, and she has this thing where, oh yeah, this is where you start getting grimoires too. You can equip grimoires to people, and they can give skills. Their generation is extremely stupid. The system in general, how it works in this game, is extremely stupid. You can get, like, enemy skills from them. Most of them are pretty useless. Raging Edge defense up. I'll just put whatever on people. Okay. So you can give these guild keepers a little bit of money, and they will give buff effects that last the duration of your little expedition. They start out fairly bad, like this one just gives me some like per turn HP regen, which doesn't really do much for you. But it's possible to get later. You can get like max TP up or max HP up. And the max HP up is real nice for bosses. You can also store stuff for free, which I'm going to do. I think I can just sell that jerkin. No one's gonna use this. Okay, what new stuff have I unlocked? Nothing good weapon-wise, but the bone staff does give more TP, which is nice, but I need to find where monkey bone comes from. Probably from a monkey. And Zoe can have hide aspis. And I guess that's it for Zoe. I don't really want to put... I think Hat's lower... I'm pretty sure Hat's lower action speed. No, helmets just don't give any, but clothes and gloves and boots do. I should buy a new thread just in case. Always carry a thread. Maybe always carry 2. It's warm as hell in here. It's 29 degrees in here. Why is it 29 in here? How is it outside? 21. AC on. I can't check the vent because I can't. It's not long enough to touch it. Doesn't feel like it's on. I hate when it's hot. I'm gonna take a short break because it's probably cooler outside my room. And I need to stretch and I should use the washroom. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Oops. Okay, hi, I'm back. Since I got up and walked away, the temperature here has dropped a whole half a degree. Now it's 28.6 degrees Celsius. I pulled back my curtain and lifted up my blinds and opened up my window as wide as I can. Hopefully that gets some airflow going. I think I've complained about this before. So when this house was built, like, it has central air, but the central air does not have much effect on my own room because, how do I explain this? Okay, so 26 would be cozy. I like it when it's cold. Also, hello, Domicos. I like it when it's like... I like cold weather. Or like moderately chilly weather. Like when it's like 10 degrees outside, 5 to 10 degrees, that's perfect. So of course, central air is all about, you know, circulating air in the house. So most rooms in the house, there will be like vents where air comes out. But there are also typically vents where air is taken in. So new air goes into the room out of the floor vents, and then vents on the wall take out the old air, you know? And how air conditioning works with central air is that the old air is cooled in the air conditioner and sent out to the rest of the house, you know? However, for reasons known only to the builders, my room specifically does not have an intake vent. So the old air has no way to leave. And of course, you know, you can't have infinite amounts of air in a room. So if old air is not leaving the room, then new air cannot really come in from the floor vent. You can probably imagine how this might be a problem. And that means it gets, during the summer, it gets grossly, disgustingly warm in here very fast. And unless I start to open my door, which I don't like to do, there's not really a whole lot I can do about it. Yeah, it doesn't feel nice. Oh god. This is a problem. The play is probably to try to flee. Because if I don't... I was gonna say, if I don't kill that fight turn 1, the deer gets me. So the solutions to too much air in here, or too much like bad air in here, there's not many. I can open my window. This has minimal effect when it's hot outside. And unfortunately, the vent where new air comes out of is, again, the builders are smart individuals, positioned it immediately like directly below my window. So the nice cold air comes in via the AC and then pops right back out again through the window. Isn't that nice? Feels like a waste to try to put them to sleep. Okay, we found the forest's last basket. Without getting run over by a deer. All in all, it makes it can make playing demanding games in the summer very, very uncomfortable because it makes my computer super toasty, which makes my room super toasty. And there's no way for it to become untoasty. So something like, say, Path of Exile, a game I'm quite fond of, which makes my computer run pretty warm, turns my room into a sweatbox. Ow, that's poison. That's freaking poison. Fiora, they've poisoned you. I do have a funny little device that replaces the register where it's a fan that tries to pull more air out of the central air system. And it does help a lot, but I don't have it plugged in at the moment because I did not expect it to jump up to low 30s daytime temperature in the middle of May. Do I want to rank up this to 5? It does give me access to Draining Burst, which lets me hit the entire enemy party and not just a line, so I think I will. Hello, Lint. Yes, Lint, what's... You thought it was Draining Thirst? Is that better or worse than Draining Thrust? Also, I got a soda. It's cold from the fridge. Why is everyone thinking so much about draining? Do I want level 5 Volt rounds, or do I go more Gun Mastery? Draining exercise? What do you mean by that? TP cost goes up to 11. That's fine. Sleep is really good. And because of a grimoire, I do have Out of Battle Revival for cheap. Orange fruit growing on the wall of trees. Okay. Willy. The fruit's delicious looking exterior proves a sham. 10 TP damage because of a gross fruit? How diabolical. And just after I raise the cost of Draining Thrust from 5 to 8. Look at these rocks. They're everywhere. They're blocking all the ways I want to go. It's not fair. Tremendously threatening monster. A rare breed. However, they gave me Little Caesar's Crazy Puffs. You thought it was pepperoni. Bit into it without thinking, full of cheese, lost 50 TP. Do you not like cheese? Are you not a cheese enjoyer? I can get that because I also do not like cheese in large quantities. Okay, it's telling me about rare breeds. Occasionally you'll see a monster that's shiny. And if it's shiny, it moves faster and gives you more EXP. Yeah, Zoe is in my party. Everyone in rank control is here. The noise ahead draws your attention. Intermittent sound is coming from the brush. Something that seems to be inside the tall grass before you. What could it be? Dot will look. See, a Dot's a party leader, you see that? A sharp pain? A snake? Was it a sneaky that does 5 damage? But I bet it was a cute snake. Look at this fucking thing. Look at its teeth. Why does it look like that? Haha, I get put to sleep. It still has most of its health after that. But I could do... No, I can't do charge shot. Yeah, let's do Volt Rounds. Crush bark and hard shell fruit. Then what's it punching me for? I'm not bark and hard shell fruit. Holy shit, this thing has a lot of health. Monkey bone. Well, that's where monkey bone comes from. It comes from zebra monkeys. Okay, I'm gonna run to the stairs and leave. I think it's time to go. You did. That's true. Emboetherium? That's a mouthful. That's a lot of words. A lot of syllables. Not a lot of words, it's one word. Battering ram beast. It's extinct. That's unfortunate. I don't remember if I did the gathering run on this party yet. What does Peg-Leg Muscle Man do? Oh, he just... Not particularly important information. He no longer explode when you sneeze. Well, that's good. Okay, I need to sell those still. Oh, I was there already. Short sword. Bone staff. Butterfly barrel. Bone armor. Oh, you like Shilika? What are people seeing to? A lot of people like this quest lady too. She comes back in a later game too, which is cool. So I've heard. What am I doing? I'm supposed to do... Not in here with these guys. They're supposed to leave. Oh yeah, they need to use the inn too. Okay. We have to heal, and then... Since the day passed, we can go touch the tree spot again. the tree spot. I made a party of Shiro clones to do gathering with. So whenever I progress a day by sleeping at the inn, I send the 5 Shiro clones to the chopping point. And then they get wood, and I can sell it for money. And then I can do things like buy Fio a new gun, and buy Zoe a new sword, and buy Dot a new staff, and Vox a new staff. And Zoe can have a bone armor. And I'll replace the leaf... No, the hide glove. Yeah, so clothing armor is 5 action speed, gloves is 5, so I'm better off getting rid of the +1 strength glove. There we go. Since Vox has all the disables, I want her to be as fast as possible. If she can land like a sleep, or a bind, or a stun, or something, before the enemy gets to move at all, then I can keep them from hitting me. Like when this guy shows up. $240 HP, arm hammer, no weaknesses. If I bind its arms, it can't really hurt me. I'm pretty sure Lily's Draining Thrust can one-shot the Venom Flies now, so I can just focus on the rabbit. See, there we go. Another path blocked by a rock. One there too. And one here. Soldier resting on a tree trunk in the sunlight. Help explorers in the early going of the forest. He's offering me a picnic. I might come back later. Because I feel like I haven't done that much since I embarked. Picnic man. The rock is actually a boar. Yeah, Eo's my favorite. I love these games so much. So he gets mad and he faces north. Not every rock is a boar. Only some of them are. I do not intend to fight them. Because they're quite powerful. Okay. Yeah, they made a zebra gorilla. That one was also a guy. He charges south. Okay. This particular fight does scare me a tiny bit because that zebra monkey can hit really hard if it feels like it. It can give you a big punch. Punch deals heavy damage. So here it tries to trick you a little. If you try to move right along the path, this guy rams into your butt and starts a fight, and you can't fight him right now. He's very powerful. But if you just let him go, he will run into the wall. And then you can get by him again. Lily's almost out of TP, so it's going to be time to go back after this fight. Lox is it too, actually. I think this is a good time to thread out. I didn't get much that run, did I? Wants 2 poison wings, okay. If you turn in those quests, she gives you usually helpful consumables and a little bit of EXP. I'll be feeding the EXP to the gathering party. What did I get that was new? A lot of trash. A lot of junk. Okay, since I slept. Need the clone squad. Once I get to like start actually leveling them up, they're gonna bring in so much cash. Okay. Oh, depixelify, you say? Well, okay. Hello. Cat. Hold my kitty. Oh, there's some venom flies. I got some really cute pictures of Luna playing, or not pictures, videos of Luna using her Kibblezorb to eat that I posted on Blue Sky. She's so adorable. Adorable, whiny, hungry baby. She's the whiner. That did how much damage? Well, now my EXP is all messed up. Oh, slight chance you're reviving a fallen ally while in the field. Oh my god, it will not stop missing. How slight is slight? That's pretty terrible. The Cleric Beast. I've never played Bloodborne, so I don't know what that is. Okay, here we have a regenerating fruit that heals 15 TP. $25%. That makes sense. That makes sense why it kept failing. One of the first bosses has a very dramatic orchestral track while the thing screams and howls. Interesting. Maybe one day I'll play, I don't know, a Souls-like, Soulsborne, Souls whatever. I started a playthrough of Elden Ring like late 2024. I think it was 2024. Yeah, it was 2024, but I don't know, I couldn't stick with it. Because of the... I didn't like that it was open world, you know? I don't think I like that kind of thing, really. He one-hit killed Lily, and now he is going to kill me. No. I am being enkilled by the monkey. Okay, I put him to sleep. So this turn I can kill him. And the next turn I'll kill the flies. And then my EXP is going to be all fucked up. My levels are unbalanced now. This is terrible. Miss. Miss. I can't believe this has happened. You know what? Since I just had a catastrophe. Double catastrophe. Hit, 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 hit. Yes, he's asleep. Be gone. I did it again. They don't want to let me go back. I see, they are precariously placed. Thankfully, it's fairly easy to get them to fall asleep. Alright, come here, Picnic Man. Picnic Man, please picnic me a man. We've got sandwiches, and grilled quail, and potato salad, and raisins and wine. Got all kinds of stuff, he just gives it to you for free. And it heals you for full, and then he leaves, and then he's back the next day with more stuff. So he's pretty good to backtrack to if you happen to run into a minor catastrophe. As I did. Okay. Rabbits. I see. Oh, I see. I don't think there's a way to safely get down there. I see. Okay, I'll have to leave that for now. There's no way to explore that path safely because I don't think there's a way to avoid an encounter with that or oh, that guy was a faker and he faces to the right. So I have to go up, but then this guy wakes up, so I have to go right, and then this guy wakes up, so I have to go north. And then there's bugs. And a chest. With a nectar. Okay, so this is that guy's default position. He charges left. And you're here, and you charge south. Okay, bye-bye, boars. For now. I'll see you again later. Cure. Bolt rounds. Sleep. If you put them to sleep, even if you wake them up on the turn of, then they still don't get to attack you. Like, it still drops their turn. The grass seems different from the ordinary variety, growing at a dead end. Your medic dot level stops you. The grass is medicinal, but also attracts butterflies who lay eggs on it. Dot is so knowledgeable. Dot knows all about the butterflies. Okay. Ow, no blind slide. That hurts. Now I have to use salve. Thankfully no one got poisoned. Poison from those things does like 30. Look, now I can 4-jump on 2F. And there's a mantis in here. This one's purple. This thing is really, really dangerous. We're not going to interact with these for quite a while. They have an attack that kills you. Called kills you, and it kills you. But if you just go straight down, and then you go straight left, and you get to avoid interacting with it. This one at least. And in here there's more of them. They made this puzzle harder in this version. Marginally harder. Now I'm pretty sure that if I try to move on further. Then... Oh, not Yene. I thought there was a point where Ren and... however the hell you say her damn name. Ren and Tlachta were like, oh no, you can't go any farther because there's a little doggy on the 5th floor and you have to take a mission to fight the doggy. The bogey. But I'm pretty sure that I'm like... getting things mixed up with the original, which I played more recently. Remember when I said I'd see these guys again later? It's later. Okay, I guess I don't want to like get to like within a screen of the point where they're like, oh no, go back, and then go back and then come back in and they're like, oh no, go back, you know what I mean? So I'm pushing on even though I probably shouldn't because Lily is out of TP. But perhaps if I... Oh, here it is. There is a shortcut into a mantis room. Four wood flies. I maybe should have done that. Okay. So now that I have floor jump unlocked here, I don't need to walk through this shit anymore. I can just leave. But I am going to poke this stair to activate it as well. Floor jump is just really broken. The way it just like trivializes resource management. Wait. 1 minute before I rest at the inn. Nope, don't register. I see that it is 11 p.m. That's like almost midnight. Look at that, 2 whole Medica 2s for poison wings. And now number 5 can start leveling up Stalker. Bow and mace. Short bow. I think the mace has more attack and also instead of giving TP it gives HP. Which is sometimes good, but not for me currently. Maybe later. That's quite close. That's not close at all. I wonder if I can touch that take spot before the time changes. No, because I got an encounter basically instantly. Can I run? Okay. And now that the date reset, I can use them again. This one too. Okay, the danger value near those stairs seems to be extremely high. I was like, what the hell? I moved like no steps and got in a fight. What do you mean? What do you mean, look out? No, 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 no. What do you mean, look out? No, 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 no. No. They were killing me. How am I supposed to profit big off of mining if they punch me and make me have to spend money? Pedal ring. What was that one do? Tech +3. Interesting. If I was using an alchemist, I would run this. But since I'm not, I won't. Since I touched 3F, I should be able to get, yeah, new quests. Want something for some kind of barrette. And this guy wants to know where to get a take point. And I know all about them. Okay. I will tell him the answer, but which one's more out of the way or dangerous? Probably this one, because there's like an FOE by it. But I want to return it on the Gathering guides. Somewhere in B2F, Gathering listeners is attacked by woodflies. Woodflies is set up a little nest. Well, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? There might be a place we went near there where Dot found fly eggs. The pub owner needs 3 tiny petals. Okay, those are taking points. So I could get those with the Gathering boys. Chill Mist. Mist will be good for later. Okay, let's see if we can get those tiny petals without getting run over by fucking monkeys. Okay. Tiny petal, crab apple, tiny petal. Look at that. Hello, Ramen Shop Merc. She gave me a Dismemberer. It is a spear with basically no attack power, but it has a lot of arm bind on it. No, sorry, leg bind. It's not really useful. If I want to bind legs, I have Vox for that. She can do that. Okay, let's get mine 3 on all these guys. And you can start raising Stalker. Okay, what Androdite? I think that's a rare mine on 3F. I don't think I have anything new to buy. No, not for the moment. Plus HP. The plus HP is tempting, but it gives vitality too. TP for 15 HP. The TP is good for, like, long expeditions, though, you know? Harutomo? Hello? Thank you so much for raiding. I hope you had a fun stream. Welcome in, everyone. My Japanese is very weak, so I'm not sure what to say. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a fun stream. And Koreto and One Bacon Pancake, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm playing Etrian Odyssey, which is one of my favorite games. It's also called, what's the Japanese name? I don't remember. I need to look it up. I gotta look it up. Yeah, that's the one. Sakaiju no Meikyu. I love these a lot. Hello, Fiorenza. I can just go this way. Okay. Here we go. I think this is like a dead end here. Yeah. I gotta go the other way. Roller. The rollers are kind of cute. Little armadillos. But I think I just really want to keep this freaky looking zebra from killing me. Everyone's faster than it, which is good. And I got Gumhide. Dungeon is reminding you of Shin Megami games. It's made by the same company. What is Grimoire Chance? I'll have to explain that in a bit. Oh, see, here's the part where they stop you and make me go back. This is Ren and Tlacta. In the OG, they make the, they appear earlier in this floor and stop you here. And they won't let me pass until I take a mission to beat up some wolves. Okay. So the grimoire thing is like, everyone can equip these things called grimoires. They are rocks. And if you put one on, they can like come with skills on them, and you put them on, you get those skills. When they generate, like a grimoire chance means that one has a chance to generate, and they can take skills you have, and then you can like pass those skills around to other characters. I'm not too fond of the system. It's really, 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 really random. And for the most part, I'm going to ignore them until super late game, where I'm going to use a glitch to mass produce them. Oh. A glitch that unfortunately only works in the NA version. It's fixed in the EU version, which this is not. I could actually exploit the glitch now if I wanted to. Not for grimoires, but for other things. Can you save and quit? No. There's a thing you can do to guarantee a grimoire chance. There's an item that does it, it's a consumable, but there is a bug that lets you duplicate any consumable indefinitely. All you need is for at least one character to have a full boost gauge. I can show it off right now. I don't have any like super valuable consumables to duplicate, but I could, if I wanted to, print money. What consumable do I have that sells for the most? It has to be a consumable. Something that you can use in battle, specifically. Chill Mist, that'll do. Like, see, you get things with like, oh, I have someone with salve, so I could generate a grimoire with salve or front guard, or you can get skills off enemies too, snow cover. Generally speaking, the vast majority of grimoires that randomly generate will be unusable garbage. Just how it is. So, we're gonna go here. Did I sleep at the inn? I can't remember. I just have because my boost is 0. Okay, we need to, like, get into a random fight on the first floor. With some wood flies, probably. This'll do. Just gotta kill this one and then just mass defend. I said kill this one. Thank you. Well then, we'll need a new fight. One ran away and the other got crit. Very unfortunate for all involved. Here we go. Okay, we're just gonna do nothing until someone's boost is full. It can't be Vox's. Someone other than Vox. It can't be Vox's, because he's at the end. Here we go. Okay, see if I remember how to do this. Remember how I had one chill mist? It's a funny little oversight. Basically, what's happening is so when you select to use the item, it of course consumes it. Because you can't have two people using the same consumable, right? But then when you cancel the action, it gives it back to you. Because of course you're not actually using it anymore. Now every time I boost and then cancel the boost, it's like canceling the usage of that chill mist again and then giving it to me. Every time I boost and cancel, I get a chill mist. I'm not sure how many times I've done this. I just want to like generate a max inventory and then leave. Now I have, I should have 60. Or a ridiculous amount either way. Yeah, 60. So as long as the item is a consumable that can be used in battle, you can duplicate it in this way. There we go. Now I have $26,000. Hehe. Isn't that fun? Isn't that a fun trick? It was fixed in the EU version. You can't do it there. It only works in the NA version. Probably also in the Japanese version, I assume. But just like that, you can print money. Will I use it for formaldehyde? Probably. Anything it'll let me use it on, I'll probably use it on. This is like my third playthrough of this game, so I don't feel too bad about doing stuff that breaks it. Then again, I could also just farm formaldehyde, so like Maybe I'll just restrict it to using for grimoires, because grimoires are incredible bullshit. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take this mission to go kill some wolves. This Fenrir is down there. He's the alpha wolf. I also might not need formaldehyde for much, because I should have the stuff to get like most in the HD version. The HD version in this game are not anywhere close to the same. It doesn't work in the HD version. The HD version is more like a port of the original DS version with quality of life stuff. This is like a full remake. Like, grimoires don't even exist in HD. This is where I want to go. Yeah, it's only in the in this game. Now the HD version does have other borderline exploits that you can enjoy that aren't in this one. Okay, I gotta beat up some wood flies. Most of them I can just auto. Here's 3 of them. They don't do much damage. Kind of wild Atlas HD the originals over these. Is that wild? I don't know. Giant woodfly. I would never ever consider these as replacements for the originals. They're very different games. And if they HD'd like Untold 1 and 2 and then normal 3 and then left like the original 1 and 2 stuck on the DS, I think that would kind of suck. That said, it would be nice if at some point they did port the 3DS games to later consoles, given that 3DS eShop no longer exists, and buying a 3DS costs quite a lot of money because they're no longer being made. You know? Giant woodfly's got a lot of health. Same category as FF7 Remake. Kind of similar. These are more like a different Etrian Odyssey game. FF7 Remake is like a completely different genre. I was about to say something probably controversial and then decided against it. Not just kidding, I'm gonna say it anyways. And also, like, see, here's the thing, Etrian Odyssey 1 and Etrian Odyssey Untold are both good games. But FF7 Remake is not a good game, so it's not in the same category. It's totally different. I'm somewhat of a remake hater, I'll be honest. Like, a lot of times remakes are like the original game, but worse. You know? Or at least not better. For example, as an example, one that I can actually quote because I played it. Who here's played Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door? The Paper Mario RPG for the GameCube. You know the one? Haven't played it? I think it was about 2 years ago, they released a remake for it for the Nintendo Switch. And it costs a lot more money than the original compared to if they just, say, ported the original to Nintendo Switch Online. Or whichever one you can play GameCube games on. But, it has no redeeming traits over the original. It's fundamentally the same game, except now it runs at 30 FPS for some reason, and they made like weird balance changes to it, and they made game overs not be game overs. You just like restart on the same screen. I don't know why they did that. But like, why? There's no reason to play it over the original. It's a silly, a useless remake. It's just worse. Why is it 30 FPS when the original was 60? 3 console generations later, but they got half the frame rate. What are you doing, bud? Or this is a remake that genuinely makes me angry. Who here has played Lufia 2: Rise of the Sinistrals for the Super Famicom or Super Nintendo? Do you know that game? Do you know Lufia 2? It's been on your list. The original is really fucking good. One of the all-timers of the Super Nintendo. They made a remake for the DS. I bought it on site because I'm a fucking idiot. called Luffy to Curse of the Sinistrals, and you know what? I didn't need to defend there. It's worse in every single possible way. And it makes me so mad. Hello, Washa. Hello, Washa Lobat. I'm about to get really mad about the Luffy 2 remake. I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? Were you doing SMZ3? Hello, Yoshimao, and hello, Neo0, and hello, Warrior Prince 29, and Hiroaha. Oh, you finished Zelda 2. How was it? How was Zelda 2? Hell yeah, I'm glad you had a good time. I've never played that one, but like, it looks interesting. That's a guy. Hello, Greedra. Hello, Despatchy. Tough as hell at points. I'm gonna play it one day. It looks really cool. Look at him, he's a big boulder boar. They made a boar out of boulders. Oh, this is scary. I don't like this at all. If the Mandrake drops my defense and the Zebra Sloth does the big punch, I will have some deaths. Okay, he's asleep. That's good. Right, he's asleep and I broke his arms. We're good to go. My party is all the members of my Twitch team rank control. Zoe is here, and Lily Berry Salmon is here, and Dot is here, and Fiora Almater is here, and Voxandra is here. That was also a guy. They're putting secret guys in places. Oh, this is just a chest. Okay. Copper Grimoire 1. How am I doing on TP? I'm not. I see. Maybe it's time to go home. Please? Please, 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 please. Okay. I didn't bring a thread. Oh boy. Okay. I'm threadless and I need to get out of here. I can either run for the stairs or in the bottom left, I'm pretty sure Tlocta is there and will heal me. And will offer up full HP TP heals until I finish the stratum. So I should probably go there instead of trying to run back. And just run from fights if I get in a fight. Like this one. Bye. Why are you failing to run? These moles were on, like, the first floor, please. Oh yeah, I need to go back to getting mad about the Lufia 2 remake. That's a guy. That's also a guy. Does he turn around right away? He probably does. This boar is in his way, is the issue. Hello there, sir. What if you ran toward me? Hello, Alak. Never thought of using arrows to mark the directions. This is my first time actually doing it. And now he's stuck back there. The other boar is in his way. He's very inconsiderate, and now that guy can't get out. Oh, that's a boar too. Everything is boulder boar. Yum. Okay. But yeah, Lufia 2, really, really good SNES RPG. Okay, okay. And then some fuckers decided, oh, we're gonna remake it. And they made a remake on the DS. And they changed pretty much every single thing about it that they possibly could. The genre is different. It's now an action RPG. They changed the story. They removed a bunch of places from the game. The characters are different. The music sounds worse. They basically just chopped out a bunch of the plot. There's less characters. There's nothing good about it. They just made it worse in every way, and it makes me so mad. Yeah, about the Lufia 2 remake. Okay, we're gonna go save this random soldier, except Tokta's here. And she's a hexer, and she's gonna do a hex thing and make his brain explode. See, blood spews from his jaws. She cast head explode on him and his head exploded. And now it's dead. And then she gives me magic water, which is a full HP TP heal. The remake is awful. Like, I was browsing in a retro game store. Probably not right to call it retro. This was like in 2011, 2012. DS was like still current. But now I hadn't known about the remake, and I saw it on a shelf for it probably still has the price sticker on it. Give me a sec. I still have it. I saw it on a shelf for $19.99 Canadian. It still got the previously played $19.99 sticker on it. And at this time I was new to the idea that a remake of a game could be worse. And of course, even though I was poor as fuck at the time, I bought it. I used up like all my disposable income for the next 2 weeks to buy this game. Because I was so excited to see Lufia 2. And I was so upset at how bad it was. I never felt so betrayed in my life. I don't know why they did it like that. I just thought maybe like... some kind of brain rot infected them to make them think that, oh, turn-based RPG bad. Needs to be an action game. Something, something. Yeah, this was, it came out in, I want to say 2011. Maybe 2010. Just gonna draining first then again. When did this come out? $2010. Came out in 2010. And I want to say it was like winter of 2012 that I bought it. See, I would have been during that whole, yeah, turn-based bad era. Oh. Lots of wolves are wooing, look at this. And since then, I've generally soured on a lot of remakes, and I feel like a lot of them make the games worse. As an example, Zoe's foot got caught in a hole. How do we get Zoe out of the hole? Let's pour water on her foot. It's not enough. What if we dig? Oh, there's a bag down there. A bag full of medicine. Yoink. Free Medica. Quick time events and turn-based. Like, the parry's an example in Expedition 33. Is that... would that be one? Or perhaps Mario RPG's timed hits, or whatever the fuck they're doing in Legend of Dragoon. I never played Grimstone, so that one I don't know, but... I never played Expedition 33. But I feel like the idea of a parry in a turn-based RPG sounds stupid as fuck to me. It's fine in like Paper Mario, it's like a core part of the game. Legend of Dragoon I haven't played in probably 25 years, so I don't really remember it. How do I say this? Oh, I got the one-hit kill. Nice. He just fell over. He just died like that. His head just did that. I have a lot of unspent skill points. There seems to be a thing some people do with RPGs where they think the turn-based system is inherently boring, and that adding in timing-based mechanics to the hits is automatically an improvement. And I think that they are wrong and stupid for this. And that it's fine for them to be like a core mechanic if that's the thing you like. But if you're sprinkling that shit in because it thinks makes your game more interesting, you're wrong. Turn-based battles are not inherently boring. You don't need to spice them up with QTEs and timed hits and whatever else. There are ways turn-based battles can be interesting without those things, such as the turn-based battle system in Etrian Odyssey, where you can do cool status effects, and I'm sure other games do it well too. Labyrinth of Toho is good. The Final Fantasies, even if FF1's doesn't have much depth, it works fine for the game it's in, you know? You know what's another game where the remake is just a fucking downgrade? FF1. Like the Dawn of Souls remake. Bad. FF4 Advance. Bad. FF5 Advance. Bad. 6, bad. They added like all this extra content into those remakes. And a lot of people act like that extra content makes them better. But how to redone translation. Is that compared to like the PlayStation? The PlayStation one? Yeah, the PlayStation one was a garbage translation. When I play FF5, I play a version that ports the GBA translation into the SNES game. That's what I do, and like, it's good. Like, the extra dungeon sucks, the extra classes suck. The stuff that they added to the GBA version, is not worth playing it for. It looks worse, the music sounds worse. I think it's only... The only point in its favor is that if you wanted to play FF5 and didn't want to bother applying a patch to the SNES version, then yes, the GBA one is fine. But yeah, I think FF2's is fine. Solar Rebirth was pretty good. I'll give you that. But what were the dungeons even called in the FF1 Dawn of Souls. What were they? What were the optional dungeons called? Hello, Shirley. Pixelfy, you say? Okay. Hello. Like, the extra dungeons in FF1 Dawn of Souls and versions after that were really boring. And they fucked up the MP system in that game for some reason. I can't contemplate why, but they took out, what do they call it, Fancy and Magic, and then put in just regular MP, and they raised the level cap from 50 to 99, and it's really easy to hit the new level cap. And it kind of trivializes the game, but also, Final Fantasy 1. I'm talking about FF1, every version from Dawn of Souls onward. They changed MP, they raised the level cap. One thing that I see get missed a lot is some version of FF1 introduced an easy mode. I want to say it was Origins for the PlayStation. They introduced an easy mode. Every version of FF1 after that has easy mode is the default and only difficulty. I believe this includes the Pixel Remaster, which I also don't like for other reasons. Yeah, they were too long. The new equips are game breaking, and like FF1's system is pretty bare bones, and the bonus fights weren't really made to like, the system kind of like falls apart and hits a brick wall when you scale past FF1's final boss. Does that make sense? I found FF4's extra contents. What have they called it? Lunar Ruins? I found that really boring. That was not interesting to me at all. I guess I'll raise Charge Shot. Like, I don't know. I don't think any of them were good. FF3DS is not very good. FF3DS to me is a lot like the Lufia 2 remake, where they just try to like change everything. Like, they made it 3D. They made it 3D, but because it's 3D, the max number of enemies in a battle dropped from 8 to 3. And balance-wise, they dealt with this by making all the enemies ridiculously powerful. And the boss AI of those is pretty fucked up. Bosses are really, really powerful. Like, they were a joke in the original. I will say that is true. But bosses were ridiculously powerful, and their attack scripts worked nothing like they did in the NES version. Where in NES version they would make like, in the original they had like a wait time on their strongest attacks, so they couldn't spam them twice in a row. But in the DS remake they can just do that. And getting one-shotted by the final boss twice. I like FF3's super long final dungeon. I know a lot of people don't. I think it's cool. But in DS, it was like super long and super hard, and I can understand a lot of people hating that. And I don't like that they tried to make all your little onion knights actual characters. Like, I think that making it into, like, 3D just made it strictly worse. This is kind of a troublesome fight because of the rabbits. I'm gonna try using Charge Shot and see if I get punished for it. Pew! That one too. Every boss in my copy of the game had the exact same pattern. Explain. Elaborate on this, I'm curious. What do you mean exactly when you say exact same pattern? Pixel Remaster's your favorite version? What I don't like about the Pixel Remasters as a whole is that, like, I know in FF3 they fucked with the boss AI in the Pixel Remaster. I'm not sure if they ever fixed that. But when I played, I noticed. They did the same thing the DS version did. Where, like, all the enemy attack scripts were just, like, bugged or not configured properly so that they just cast their abilities randomly. Like, fully randomly. And the thing that bothers me about the Pixel Remasters as a whole is that, like, all of the games, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, have, like, their own style. And individual charm. And the Pixel Remasters homogenize that completely. Oh wow, it's only weak to ice. The Pixel Remasters homogenize that completely, and I think that kind of sucks. TBH. I kinda don't know what to do about this fucking beetle. Boss would focus blonde-haired guy to death, white mage would revive blonde guy, other two characters hit the boss would kill the blonde guy every fight. Like they wouldn't use their special abilities, they just attack normally? That sounds bizarre. That sounds really bizarre. That almost makes me wonder if you somehow ended up with, like, some weird bootleg. Hi ma'am, please heal me. Thank you. How much space do I have for items still? I got plenty. One thing I will give the Pixel remasters is that some of the remastered music is pretty damn good. Some of it. I say only some because there are some songs that the instrument choices are just completely inexplicable. Just the way they sound. This thing has a lot of health. Like, what the hell did they do to the Kashuan Keep theme? Party-wide 99... 999. Orphan. Have you played other versions of FF3 before? Out of curiosity. No? When you got to the final area, the World of Darkness, did you perhaps run straight to the final boss and not do anything else first? Is it possible you may have done something like that? So... when you get there, there is 4 other directions you can go. Where you have to do some things to weaken the final boss. Oh, this looks terrible. And if you do not do those things, then she will murder you, yeah. Yeah, it actually has an attack script, it doesn't just spam, but yeah, when you get to the World of Darkness in FF3, you there are warriors of darkness you have to save from 4 other bosses. And if you do not do that, then the Dark Cloud is completely unbeatable. How much will a boosted ice rounds do to a sleeping Giraffe beetle? It probably won't kill it, but it should do a big chunk, right? Boost adds 5 levels to the skill. That didn't even do half its health. These things are way too damn strong. Oh, I could do Spear Assist to it. I forgot I had that. So I can get some more elemental damage from Lily by using Spear Assist. That does a lot of damage, hell yeah. Two of them? Like, I didn't mind the increased difficulty of FF3 that much, because I do like I like hard games. but just the way they did it was like all over the place, you know? It felt really inconsistent at times. These monkeys can obliterate me if they feel like it. Did I miss one of my thrusts? I think I did. Like, if I played it again, and I probably will, I'm just gonna play the Famicom version. Yeah, I don't think they did either. It felt like they were very, like, roughshod about it. I should have known that would be a fucking ambush. You know what? Let's boost the Spear Assist. Hell yeah. I think if I ever revisited FF1, I'd probably play the PSX version. The Origins one. Okay, I'm actually gonna run here. Because I'm basically out of TP. I could leave and go back to town now that I want. No, actually, because Tokta's just gonna, until I beat Fenrir on the 5th floor, Tokta's just gonna stand there forever giving me free heals. It's miserable on hardware. It probably has long load times, right? I would just emulate it. Which I'm pretty sure lets me ignore all that. Bullwhip, Insect Wick, Whip, Wick, Whip, Volcanic, Breastplate, Hairband, Nail Glove, Green Boot, Hide Ring. A lot of new stuff. Stuff I can afford because I made big money. Okay, let's see. Agility -1, but that doesn't really matter for Zoe because all her stuff has priority on it. Protector moves. Hide armor needs more Beetle Jaw. I guess I could give Dot Hide Glove, but I think I'd rather put an accessory there. Oh, but the Green Boot has plus TP on it. Hide Boot's probably better though. Hide Boot gives 10 TP. Or 10 HP. The Hide Ring is quite good, because he gives cut resist. But the belt is probably better. Yes. Replace the boots. Yeah, if I could play like PSX with no load times, I'd probably just do that. Did I spend the last level? I did. Now this guy wants to know where to find a place where he can mine. Okay, hello, Mr. Poitly Merchant. He wants to know about mining. Yes. This one. What are other remakes that are worse? I don't know about this one for certain. I can only go off what I've heard, but Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask 3D. And well, here's one I know for sure is worse. Well, he wants crab apples. Okay. Tales of Fantasia got a GBA port. And the GBA port is really terrible. Performance issues. Looks uglier. Even considering that the original translation was like a fucked up edgy thing. The original fan translation, I should say. Where the original fan translators inserted like 20 quadrillion sex jokes. If you want to go for low-hanging fruits, there is... Well, the mine spots are really far away from the stairs. If you want to dip for low-hanging fruit, there is the port of Sonic 1 to the GBA. A completely atrocious game. Where it was allegedly remade from scratch by the company that did it. And it has horrible performance, and it's incredibly buggy. And they fucked up pretty much every single thing about it. Okay, he wants crab apples for his kids. How nice of him. On Vox's Patreon request days, I think the most recent one, she played some Sonic Genesis, and It's just insane how bad it is. Like, I have to explain this. I need to draw for it. I'll have to bring on my draw. Okay, okay. So, say you are Sonic. And I don't know, you're in fucking green hill zone, so I'm gonna make this nice and green. And say you jump. Let's make a big fucking ball to represent Sonic. Not big enough. There we go. Say you jump. Raise the opacity on this. Let's go to max. There we go. This fucking ball was Sonic. Say you jump. You're running, you jump. You don't quite clear this ledge. But like, you bump into the side, but you're still rising from the jump. In the Genesis version, this would correctly destroy your horizontal momentum. But when you hit the wall, your momentum actually doesn't stop. You're still traveling to the right, even though you're hitting the wall. So once he goes up enough to clear this, he just goes to the right. And I think that's fucking hilarious. What else is broken? Sometimes collapsing ledges just don't appear, period. Sometimes moving platforms and such don't load in at all. It's really, really laggy. There's just nothing about it redeeming whatsoever. And like, this isn't even like a remake. This isn't someone like trying to change the game to make it better. This was like an attempt at a faithful port of the Genesis version. And they just royally, completely fucked it up beyond recognition. And I think that's amazing. Hand axe, Kodachi. Fuck you, Green Boot, I don't want you. I would recommend playing it for like... Play it for 5 minutes, but don't play it more than that. Just long enough to like laugh at the broken stuff, and then you can just put it down and never touch it again. I feel like whenever I come into this dungeon fresh, I get an encounter really fast here. Symphonia getting progressively worse every time Bandai ports it. I've heard about that, but I don't know examples. What's worse about it exactly? I know that like the textures always look worse from GameCube to here. Didn't GameCube actually also have a better frame rate too? Well, every version after GameCube is 30 FPS. How do they keep fucking that up exactly? I don't understand. Like, if you're moving it to better hardware, why does the frame rate go down? Why does the performance get worse? based on the PS2 version, but but why though? Oh, that's pretty nice. 5 vitality, 10 TP. I kind of wanna, like, was a weaker system, I see. But like, but then using the PS2 version as the base for the other versions, that's stupid. That sounds really stupid to me. I don't get it. Making GameCube games royally sucked. PS2 games are easier to make function at other things. I see. I guess that makes sense. I've heard it was the same for the Wii. And actually a lot of other Nintendo stuff. That making games on them sucked. Because it had added content. You'd think though if that was purely the issue, they could just add it to the other versions. I don't know. It feels weird to like make the 30 FPS version the definitive one going forward. I do thankfully own the GameCube version of Tales of Symphonia. Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis for the GBA. The one that was really broken with like fucked up physics. Oh, I completed all my quests. Interesting. I've been complaining about, like, bad remakes and ports for, like, hours, honestly. At least 1 hour, maybe 2. The Lufia one and the Final Fantasy ones and like, FF3 and, like, the Thousand Year Door and almost every game that was ported off Dreamcast and some other platform had worse graphics because of various graphical things DC supported no other platform did. I have Sonic Adventure 2 for the GameCube. That would probably qualify, right? Beat Hoshi wo Miruhito the other day. Game is barely functional. Is that a remake or just like, what is that one? I've never heard of it. I have a possibly controversial one. And there's a good chance I'm talking out of my ass with this one. So, bear with me. Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon is a port that makes me angry. Is that really the first time I went into the equip menu from this screen? That's funny. I really do not like the Shadow Dragon remake. Not for anything inherently about the game, but where do I start with this? Who's familiar with Fire Emblem here? You are? I really don't like reclassing. Yeah, that's the remake of 1. It's the remake of FE1. I really don't like reclassing. I think that it's a bad mechanic. That really fucks up unit identity. And is really uninteresting for the most part. And Shadow Dragon was the first one they put it in. And it's been in almost every Fire Emblem going forward, and I hate it. Isn't it like restricted who can change into what in Shadow Dragon? It's been a really long time since I've played Shadow Dragon, but like I vaguely remember that you just kind of made a lot of guys into Wyvern Riders. I'm going to replace the red charm even though it has less agility because I think the vitality is important. But I want Fiora and Vox to keep theirs because I want... No, I could replace Fiora's, but I want Vox to keep hers because it gives agility. Some are gender locked. Yeah, that wasn't the gender locking that... I think Three Houses was the same. There's a limit of how many of a class you can have. Yeah, I remember that. I just think that it makes like unit identity way less interesting. And I hate that it's basically become like a staple of the series now. Like, I still enjoy... It's polluted the genre, god damn it. Dark Deity? I've never heard of that one. Or maybe I have heard of that one, actually. That sounds vaguely familiar. Do I own that? Give me a sec. Do I own this? I do own that. When the fuck did I get this? Did I buy this? When did I acquire Dark Deity? Apparently it came out in 2021, but I have no recollection of this. Like, I know some other strategy RPGs, they do have that. You can change characters, but, I think the difference with Fire Emblem and those is that, like, a lot of those other strategy RPGs, your guys are just guys, like, they don't have, like, a personality or stuff like that. Say, like, I don't know, what's an example? We'll use Ogre Battle as an example. In Ogre Battle, like 90+% of your army, they're just guys. Like they're not important to the plot. They're just dudes. They're just, I don't know, Bob the Berserker, and Bob has no plot relevance, and you can change his class, and that's fine. But it's different in Fire Emblem when the characters are like actual characters with personality, and like you can just change them into anything. And I think that's less interesting. Awakening did rein it in, but Awakening broke other things. Like how the child units make people do like fucking Pokemon breeding with their pairing. Making it into a game of who can I breed Gale Force onto? I don't like child units either. I get it in Genealogy, and I kind of get it in Awakening. Like at least Awakening, it's kind of part of the plot. And then they did it in Fates, and they did it in Fates, and they invented the baby microwave. They made the magic baby microwave, and then when did I take that bad boy out? I thought I had a controller on. I'll keep it on for now. Hello, Bombex Bug. It's a spear. Yeah, the hyper baby time chamber. And yeah, just let your guy become the cooler guy. I think the way Sacred Stones did it was okay too, in theory, because like your sword guy is in essence still a sword guy, so like it's kind of fine. But well, I guess I must have gone to type 0 with something, because I have it assigned to numpad 0. Now the way Sacred Stones did it did have its issues, where I think every single class change in Sacred Stones, there was always a choice that was strictly better. Like, if you promote your paladin, your cavalier, there is no universe where you pick Great Knight. And if you promote your armor knight, there's no universe where you pick general. And if you promote your Myrmidon, there is no universe where you pick assassin. And if you promote your mage, there is no universe where you don't pick mage knight. I could go on and on and on. That's true, it's never been... Thinking more about that. Radiant Dawn, I think, did okay. they made mounted units less crazy by having indoor maps where their advantage is diminished. And foot units with good stats got to have relevance in the endgame. And because enemy units were generally stronger, foot units having better combat stats than mounted units actually mattered. Not like, say, FE7 where, FE7, say, where, like, all the enemies are really, really weak and slow, so, like, having high speed isn't really much of an advantage. And, like, your best guy ever is, like, Sane on a forest with a hand axe, and he kills, like, 20 guys on his turn. Kind of dealio. Those guys are alive. Guess I'll use Draining Thrust again, and you'll ice rounds. I want to play the older ones that had like indoor dismounting. I've actually never played anything before 6. Also, hello, Dispatchy. Sorry, I didn't say hello earlier. Welcome in. Like, I think Shadow Dragon is a fine game, but because it was the one to bring in reclassing, I hold a grudge. I'm a grudge holder. You know, does that make sense? You know what's even more offensive about Shadow Dragon? It's really, really ugly. You know what I mean? Shadow Dragon is an ugly game. They tried to go for like this kind of 3D looking style. And it was just an outright downgrade from the sprite graphics they used on the GBA. When I say 3D, I mean like they tried to make like the 2D look 3D. Does that make sense? Like it was still sprites, but if I'm remembering correctly. But it just looked worse. And something about like the general color of the game, I don't know. It feels like in every single map it's like an overcast. Everything just feels really gray. It's not a good looking game. I want to play it again soon, though. I have a lot of games I want to play, and there's no time to play them all. It's a problem. It's going to be hard to make it back to the stairs from here. If I run, I'm probably better off threading. Yeah, I think like the series wasn't doing well at the time. Which is unfortunate, because I really liked it. And it led them to make decisions that were more popular and like saved the series. But I hate them. Which is really sad. Like, I guess it's fine. It's better that Fire Emblem is still around rather than it going the way of the dodo because of bad sales. But the stuff that saved it is all the stuff I don't like. Like I am a bone fried Awakening disliker. I find the characters boring. I don't like child units. The plot doesn't do much for me. I think Pair Up is a... I think Pair Up is silly. See if I can take out this guy right away. Oh no, the shiny one's in the back. Okay, wait. Charge shot. They also let you grind in Awakening that I didn't really like. Where like the guys would spawn on the world map and you could fight them, whatever that was. The Risen? I think they were called Risen. Yeah, it is what it is, I guess. Like... if I really need to, I can get my FE fix from playing like GBA era ROM hacks, which seem to be pretty good. Oh yeah, we think this is Fenrir for some reason. They probably... it's not like GBA didn't have its own issues. Like, there were balance problems. There's no, like, perfect Fire Emblem game. But... I feel like a lot of the newer editions just make it worse. Should I fight this guy yet? Maybe not. Slots. Fates? I remember Fates, like, I felt okay about Fates as gameplay in Conquest only. Birthright and Revelations, I had a lot of really, really bad and boring maps. I never played Echoes, so I can't talk about that one, I guess. But some people seem to like it, although I've heard the maps are boring. Lily leveled up. Actually, everyone's leveled up. Three Houses was weird. There was stuff I liked about Three Bungalows, but I didn't mind the monastery stuff. I know that's a controversial take. I know a lot of people didn't like it, and I understand why. I personally didn't mind it, but Three Houses, the routes have a lot of map overlap, and that part of the game felt really undercooked to me. Like they rushed the route thing by having them, a lot of them be like really, really similar. And I think that kind of sucks. I've never played Engage, so I can't talk about that one. Everyone feels like a demigod in Echoes. Aren't like bows like extremely good in Echoes? I think I heard that somewhere. Bows are like ridiculously powerful. It's funny to see how messed up bows have been balance-wise across the franchise. Across the series, like in the GBA ones, like Blazing Blade and Sacred Stones and Path of Radiance. I won't include Binding Blade in that. Bows were good in Binding Blade. But in the GBA ones, the other GBA ones, just because of the way they did enemy design, bows were terrible, especially in Path of Radiance. Because they decided they had to make mounted units even better for some reason. And like, why would you ever use a bow unit when you can use Titania with a hand axe? The only good bow unit in Path of Radiance is the bow unit that's already on a horse, and that's because she has a horse. If she wasn't on a horse, she'd be terrible. We'll get more Draining Thrust. I'll get that up to like 9. Okay. Like, I think after May and after I'm satisfied with the amount of Mega Man games played, I want to do some more Fire Emblems. I want to play the old ones. I want to play like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Those have been a big blind spot in my Fire Embleming. Thracia especially looks interesting, because it feels like almost like proto GBA in the way it plays and looks. Does that make sense? Binding Blade could have been good too with like better maps. Like, I think Binding Blade is an okay game, and class balance in that one isn't quite as fucked. But it has a lot of incredibly bad characters and a lot of really, really bad maps. And that's very sad for Binding Blade. Do I have a thread? I do. Like pretty much all of Binding Blade's Gaiden maps are more irritating than anything else. You know what I mean? Like, they're not really fun. They're not really challenging. They're just super, super annoying. Axis being absolute dog water. That is true. I wouldn't say absolute dog water. There were good axes and good axe units, like I'm trying to remember his name. Recruitable Brigand. He looks like someone punched him in the face. He's missing teeth, you know. I'm pretty sure he was fine. And I was gonna say I thought one of the early game axe guys was fine, but I think I'm like... I think I'm mixing up my early game axe guys, because they're all kind of like the same guy. Who are the ones in 6? I have to look this up now. I might be mixing up my early game axe guys. Fighters. They were fighters. I remember that. Okay, yeah, they sucked. I think I was thinking of Gonzalez. The guy that I was good was like a brigand. Not the pirate guy I think was bad. Or mediocre at least. I'm trying to... Gonzalez. Yeah, Gonzalez was the decent one. Gonzalez was the decent one, and then there was... There was Geese, and he was mediocre. Because his bases were low, and he had to be babysat. Yeah, I guess because, like, hit rates in general in Binding Blade were really low, so Axis suffered the most from it because, like, if you have, like, 50% hit, that's a little low. We'll say if you have, like, 70% hit and, like, with a spear and, like, 50% with an axe, that's, like, actually a big drop because of the way our hit RNG works in that game. So you had to basically make up with it with like really good skill and give like one guy your good axes. Yeah, I guess I can agree with that being a glaring balance issue, axes being really awful. And I would argue that flyers were too good in Binding Blade, but that's like a general issue in almost every FE, in that from like that to like a decade after that, flyers are always fucking amazing. I'm going to ignore the rats and just go after this fucking beetle. Like, I think I talked about this when I played, when I was doing Radiant Dawn, and I drew up this stupid little graphic, and I'll fucking do it again. Oh yeah, Rosa wanted me to kill beetles. I'm getting at the draw. Is this appropriate to talk about while playing a game that's not Fire Emblem? Probably not, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'll do the exact same fucking skit. A lot of FE6 is terrain. That looks like this. It's a spiral. You know. Gotta go around the whole map to get to the objective. Objective is like right here. That's the objective. And then your army is like down here. This is like a literal map that exists. Here's your army. Your army's down here. Purple block. That's your army. And then like you got some foot units. And they get to go like boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. And then you got some mounted units, and they get to go like boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. And then you got some flyers. And then they're like I think that's like chapter 14 in Binding Blade or something like that, but like pretty much every outdoor map in Binding Blade, and a lot of the ones in like Blazing Blade and Sacred Stone suffer from this problem where like all your ground units are like spending a billion years wandering around the map, and your fires just have free reign while not really being functionally weaker than the rest of your army. Okay, where was I? I'm killing stuff. I think things got better in like Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn, etc. It was just mostly a problem of like the GBA era. I put Spear Assist, right? I did, okay. I can probably take this guy down now, right? Hi, puppy. Forest Wolf has appeared. The guy that's definitely Fenrir. I'm actually almost out of TP. Oh dear. Oh, it's standing ready. I feel like I was supposed to get something to do something about this, and I just kind of didn't. It made a little Dogi appear behind me. Thank you for clipping that, Orphan. If you could believe it, maybe less than a month ago, I actually did that it was probably a little over a month. It's definitely over a month. I did that exact same skit and explanation. But it's very true. At least about those particular FE games. I have a problem. And the problem is, I burned through all my TP. And this Dogi still has half of its health. And there is another Dogi coming up behind me to do battle. I will have to use some Amritas. Actually, I probably didn't have to use some Amritas, but... yeah, I could have just mashed this out, probably. I probably could have just put on auto, TBH. Oh well, I'll get more Amritas later. Holy shit, it hurts. And I wasted my sleep-boosted charge shot. Whole thing. Hi, Ren. It's called a sonic bomb. It makes a loud enough noise to cancel out all other sounds. Use it to block out the wolves howling so they can't call allies. Thanks, lady. By using a sonic bomb when the enemy is on guard or charging up, you can knock them out of that stance. This is pretty good for some stuff. Such as the upcoming Fenrir boss. Look, there's another one. Although I think I will go back before I fight it. I think Lily is pretty close attack power-wise to when she can one-shot sleeping rollers with draining thrust. Dogi. Look at the Dogi. A little boggy. Celtis. Hide armor. I don't want either of those things, actually. Normally this game has a lot of NPC voice lines in it. Like this guy always says, "Welcome to the Rooster Inn" when you come in, but I turned them all off because it was annoying me last time I played. This is another one I think is probably somewhat of an unpopular opinion. But I really don't like repetitive dialogue. And I think it is strictly much, much worse than no dialogue. I think so. If I had $1, I'm rephrasing this. I see a lot of people complaining about games that don't have dialogue, like spoken dialogue, not having any dialogue. Like characters just need to be talking all the time for some reason, like out loud, like voiced lines on things, like spoken text and cutscenes and little quips and stuff like that. And I think most of the time stuff like that makes the game worse. But I feel like a lot of people don't agree and love that shit. Just going off of how many complaints I see when a game does not have spoken dialogue. I think I was about to do something and I distracted myself. Oh god, yeah, that too. Like, when was it that I played? I forgot what day it is. It's Tuesday morning. Friday night when I played ZX. Mega Man ZX. Mega Man ZX has a sequel called Mega Man ZX Advent. And like ZX, you can pick 2 characters from the beginning. Unlike ZX, ZX Advent has English voice dialogue. Hello, Railtime. Welcome in. Unlike ZX, ZX Advent has English voice dialogue. In cutscenes, it also when your dudes do stuff, you know. And one of the characters, Ash, yells, "It's over," every single fucking time she uses a charge shot. This gets old by like the first area. And it never gets any better. It did not need to be a thing. I gotta fight a mini boss. I don't want to scrap with these monkeys, but they're gonna punch me because I try to run away. Yeah, Nevo's dead. Let me leave, thank you. Mace, 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 mace. Here we go. Doki. Sometimes stuff displaying in too low resolution can be an issue. As an example, when was this? When did I even start this? It would have been over 2 years ago. I tried to play the first Labyrinth of Toho game on stream. The first Labyrinth of Toho... Wow, they're weak to fire, interesting. The first Labyrinth of Toho is, it's a pretty old game. And it has some problems. One of them is that the game speed is tied to your monitor's refresh rate. So if you have a 144 Hz monitor, the game runs about 2.3 times as quickly as it should, which makes it really hard to control, despite it being a turn-based game. And the resolution is fixed into 640 by 480, yeah. Which is like, if you have a 1440, if you're, what's it called? 2560 by 1440. If that is your monitor's resolution, 640 by 480 is like single-digit % of the screen. And I had to stop playing because trying to look at the game window and play was giving me a headache. About 9%, yeah. So that does kind of suck, you know. I should be using fire rounds because you're weak to fire, yeah. Look, it's standing ready, so I'm gonna bomb him so he doesn't call reinforcements. I gave him a spook, and he is no longer charging up a howl. Long thrust. It's almost dead anyway. Bye-bye. Using Linux outside apps to scale it up to a larger game window and cap the frame rate. Sometimes I think about if figuring out and like getting a Linux operating system would be a good idea for me, because Windows is making me angry, but I am also, to put it gently, pretty technically inept. And I feel like something like Linux would be like... Something like Linux would be very much above me. Hasn't been completely painless. That's what I would worry about. It sounds like a commitment of sorts that I would want to have the proper know-how. You know, like that old meme where there's that cat that's like... I'm gonna date myself big time here, and no one's gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's like it's a lolcat. And he's like on a printed page, and he's like, "Oh God, how did this get here? I am not good with computer." That's me. I'm not good with computer. This is like a 20-year-old meme that was popular when I was in high school. I have also heard that support of a lot of VTubing software in Linux is very, very poor. Which, for someone who is considering getting a live 2D model in the near future. Yes, it is. The lolcats are what they were generally called. So it would have been like 2006, or approximately around there. 2 of these fuckers? This enemy is an enormous pain in the ass. Yeah, dual PC setup is like way outside something I could do. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I got this computer back in 2022 and it was pretty good, but not like top of the line. Like I have like a 3080. But I wouldn't even dream of trying to upgrade now. So this bad boy's gonna have to last me a while. Okay, Hockenbush. I think at one point I tried to look up how to pronounce that, and then I've just forgotten it. But it is a weapon upgrade, slightly. Okay. I am going to call it here. because it is 6:30 a.m. and I would like to go to bed at a respectable hour. Because yesterday, I got a secret. Yesterday, I went to bed at a respectable hour, and I got like 8 hours of sleep, and you know what? It was fucking awesome. And I want to do it again. I went to bed before 9, and I woke up at 5. And it was good shit, and I would like to continue to do that. Hello, Pahi. Oh, big stretch. Oh, thank you for coming. I'm not sure when I'll play this next. I'll perhaps get back to Mega Man tomorrow. I think my tree painting disease has been sated for now. That I played Etrian Odyssey for 6.5 hours. So probably tomorrow I'll continue Battle Network 3, and then on Thursday I'll play Mega Man X and Mega Man X2 and Mega Man X3 and Mega Man X4. And on Friday I will probably not stream because I need to learn myself how to move all of my stuff off of Stream Elements. That's the thing I have to do because Stream Elements is exploding. I have my overlays on there, like, and then my alerts are on there. So like that shit like down here that says who followed and subscribed most recently, and if an alert comes up, that's all through Stream Elements. So I have to learn how to move that stuff off of there. And like I said before, I'm not good with computer. I'm not very good at this kind of stuff. So it's going to be a learning experience for me. I'll have to figure out how to get that shit running. If I could do it without relying on some kind of external service, I'd be happy. I'm sure that's possible. Whether that's something I as a person can do is a whole different thing entirely. Thank you, Pahi. I think I'll be able to figure it out if I just devote some time with it and focus on it, you know? Let's look for someone to raid at. Gotta be some nice people who are doing stuff. That is true. I think if I needed help, I could ask. There are folks I could ask. Speaking of pleasant folks. Let's go raid. We're gonna go raid. Why is my stream chat doing that? The part where it says viewers are ready to raid, it's going up and down really fast, and it looks funny. It's going like... I don't know if it's doing that for you, but it's doing that for me, and it looks hilarious. Thanks everyone for coming. I'm gonna have dinner and go to sleep. And then when I wake up and have breakfast, we're gonna do some Battle Network 3, and I'm gonna try to finish the main story because I'm pretty close to the end. But if you're new here, I play a lot of RPGs and retro games, and I love painting trees. You can follow if you like. I also have a Blue Sky and a Discord for notifications and pings. And I hope you all have a good rest of your day or night, and I will maybe see you later. Bye-bye. I can't even click the raid now button. There we go.